chained by a beast locked in slumber. Sin washed away by the swift flow of time. I may know the answers. Journeys over snow and sand. What twist of fate has brought us to tread upon this land? Blessed by light and the burden of shadows, souls abide to an endless desire. I may know the answers. Though one question I still hear, what twist of fate has brought us to roads that run so near? Distant worlds together, miracles from realms beyond. The lifeline burns inside me to sing to you this song, to sing with you this song, to sing to you your
All right. get this show on the road. Hello, everyone. That was Answers by Susan Calloway. Not sure where it was played at, but it's composed by Nobuo Uematsu. It was one of his few songs that he actually did for Final Fantasy XI, and it was like the main theme. Well, it was actually two themes in one. You had Memoro della Stona, which was the beginning part, which they melded into what was the... It's not Answers. Answers was for 14. I forgot what that song was called, to be honest. But it was done by Susan Calloway. Susan Calloway would later on go to do the main theme for Final Fantasy XIV, which was Answers as well. Anyways, it's a little factoid on that is that the in the beginning, that's not actually Latin lyrics that you're hearing. It's actually Esperanto. It was a language wholly devised in order for the scientific community to collaborate with each other to find a more common language. And it borrows a lot from Spanish, Latin, English. But I think it's mostly Latin. But that's why people will confuse. They think it's Latin, but it's not actually Latin. It's a new wholly created language. I think it was created in like 2000, maybe 20 years ago, maybe before. I'm not sure. It's not very old, at least. And that was, at least in theory, its specific usage was to sort of break a language barrier and to have a common language amongst the entire world. And it seems fitting as such, because that was the entire sort of ethos behind Final Fantasy XI to begin with. That the creators of Final Fantasy XI wanted people to be pooled together from across the globe. When 11 was first launched, it was first launched only in Japan, but the goal was to launch it worldwide. And they eventually did do that with Japan, North America, and Europe. And when the North Americans came in, they would randomly assign you to a server, and unless you had a friend that was already paying and had a world pass for you, and then they could invite you, and you'd have like a special friend code in which you could play with your friend on his or her server. But the idea wasn't that you sort of come in with friends already in tow, but that you come into the game to make friends, to meet, and to gather together. And the game gave you plenty of ways in which to do so. And that another idea of why they wanted it to be global, to cross time zones, was that, let's say you're a person who lives in a different time zone, but or your schedule is wonky. Your gaming schedule doesn't map up with the normal gaming schedule of your local region. The idea was that you would have plenty of people to play with regardless, because it was a global community. If you're here, if you have the night shift and you can only play it between the hours of 3 and 7 in the morning, and then you got to go to sleep or whatever, the idea was that you could play at whatever Japan's prime time is, or you could play at whatever Europe's prime time is. And if you were successful in coalescing a worldwide group, then you wouldn't have issues with progressing in the game. And these aren't things that like I looked up, and these aren't from developer interviews. It's just by looking at the tools that they gave you and assessing how you should proceed. Right? They gave you and the things that they did in terms of how they ran their game. Because they might seem... Not all developer decisions are based on what the player wants right then and there. Right? Because if that were to be the truth, everyone would just be 99 in the day, and you wouldn't have to work for anything, and you just play the game and you just blow up things. You know, you'd kill everything in one hit, and you'd be on with your day, and you'd be on to the next game. Their main goal was to create a worldwide community, which it remains to be seen whether or not that was really successful. Because when they ended up creating 14, it seems like that they kind of reeled back on that a little bit and erred on the side of caution and created regional servers. But I think in 14's specific case, they had to create regional servers mostly due to server ping. A lot of Europeans were having issues trying to clear Titan at the time. So they created European servers specifically in order to help alleviate the lag issues in particular that were happening during Titan. And with how that game works, you do need faster reaction times than in this game's case. This game isn't really necessarily about fast reaction times. It's about itemization and careful planning beforehand. Like you plan all your stuff beforehand. It's less reactive, and things don't get really uber insane at any given time. But anyways, that is not why we're here. We are here to play the beginning of Final Fantasy XI in the Wings of the Goddess expansion era. Now, this would be around 10 years ago. I think this server specifically is based off of the 2010 build of Final Fantasy XI, meaning the level cap is still 75. There is no 99 level cap. There's no records of eminence. You don't gain sparks, but you do get Fields of Valor pages, Fields of Valor books, and the subsequent rewards that come with that, and the subsequent game systems that come with that. So, is the Wings of the Goddess era the greatest place to start the game off with? Kind of. The reason why I'm starting here on Wings is because this is actually when I left. It was in 2010 when I left for Final Fantasy XIV, and I kind of never came back. I mean, not seriously. I never came back seriously. But yeah, I was in the tank for 11 for 7 years at the very least. And but when 14 came out, I really wanted to be on the cutting edge of that, so I made sure to jump over. And even in 1.0's sort of dire case, I was still willing to invest all of my game time into even 1.0. I thought 1.0 was... I saw where they were going with their systems. I just don't think that they pulled it off. And I think there are some little tricky things that they did, even in ARR, to sort of appease to certain players' commonly held but misguided sentiments. But we'll get into that later. Anyways, the problem with starting out with the beginning of Wings of the Goddess is you're not really getting that true like 2003, 2004 experience. And I would argue you're not even getting that true 2002 experience, right? Only the Japanese got that one. Oh, and people who purchased an imported version of Final Fantasy XI. In 2003, 2004, the game was required significantly more teamwork. than in Wings of the Gods there. A lot of the things that were introduced in 2008-9 in the Wings of the Goddess era, a lot of those things were in order to alleviate solo play so that it's not so punishing when you're first starting out, right? So you'll see once we start fighting monsters in the outside area zones, we'll start getting a lot of treasure chest drops. That wasn't a thing. I think it was around Final Fantasy... Yeah, was it Final Fantasy 11 was like the first one to really like focus on like you don't make money. You don't just fight. Like in every other Final Fantasy, you would kill a monster and it would drop money. Like you don't really think about it. You just think, oh, well, this monster is worth this much gil, right? That's not true in Final Fantasy 11 because Final Fantasy 11 has a living, breathing economy. It's based off of who wants what, when, how, supply and demand, all that jazz. So monsters don't just drop money. That's not a thing. they drop the items that they carry, right? So they'll drop skins or bob and body parts and that kind of thing. And that kind of tends to be the basis of most of them. It's not the monsters aren't worth the money. It's the monster drops that are worth the money. So you have to get the drop, and you have to sell the drop in order to get the money. And that drop could vary in price depending on who you sold it to, right? So there's this whole separate game, I would say, game within a game, which is what makes MMOs in particular so alluring, is you have this entire sort of sequestered economy. It's a game within a game. That's what a lot of people end up doing, is as soon as they master the fighting aspect of it and they get to end game, they do all that jazz, it mostly becomes an economy game. All of the people that are vying for end game link shells and trying to get these trying to take down these extra tough monsters, they're mainly doing it not just for prestige, but for the value it provides in economic standings, right? Like the reason why these mobs are so sought after is because their drops are so expensive and rare, and there is an entire economy built into that. And sadly enough, there's an outside economy built into that as well, based off of that. But what you're really spending this entire time, no matter what you're doing, is time. That is the real, and it goes with life too, and how much money you make. You know, like you look at a lot of people don't focus enough on the per hour aspect of whatever salary or wage they get. You know, they're like, oh, I make $15 per hour. Oh, $50, that's pretty good. Oh, I make $20 per hour. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, I make $37 per hour. Oh, well, I don't get paid per hour. I get a salary, and it's about this much per month. Well, even that ends up turning into, from most of my manager friends, ends up being less than what they were paid before when they do the hour increments, right? So they're working now they're working, instead of 8 hours, they're working 12 hours a day, but they're only making just a little more than they were before when they were being paid hourly. People don't ever focus on that per hour aspect until it, rears its ugly teeth. And that's going to be my main goal with this playthrough, right? I've started over on Final Fantasy XI with multiple characters multiple times. And I have noticed that the game does actually do a good job of guiding you and telling you and sort of hinting at what you should do as you go through. And I think it properly has you gated accordingly. So much so that I am fairly confident that the badge of this game saying that you have to have a team to get anything done, I think is a farce. I think that is a misnomer. Now, granted, I am starting at Wings of the Goddess area, so things are going to be a little bit easier. But even then, it's not even like it is today in the Rhapsodies of Vana'diel era where the Seekers of Adolin era, where you're doing almost the entire 99% of the game on your own. Right? We still need to group up. For example, we still need to group up for certain boss fights. I think the first time I'm going to have to group up is for the rank 2-3 mission, which is a fight against a dragon in a far-off city. I'm going to have to group at least with one other person who knows what they're doing. I've done it solo before once on my Galka War monk tank. But he was also decked out in all HQ gear. I think he had food, and it came down to the wire. So I think that fight can get done with 2 people. And well, we'll see when we get to it. But anyways, enough of my talking. What I wanted to show you now is this is where I plopped in. It plopped me into the game. As soon as I created my character and chose Bastok, it plopped me right here. Now, I did do a few things off screen. I did equip my white belt because I started out as a monk, and I think everyone should start out as a monk. You'll find out the reasons why. Anyways, so I started out as a monk. I've got my white belt on. It plops me right here at the gate in front of the guards. Now, what a lot of people do from here, well, and especially what happened back in 2003, 2004, is a lot of people didn't even know how to move. They didn't know how to talk. They didn't know how to do anything. So, but this is the Wings of the Goddess era, and I am a bit more aware. But what you should be doing first, the very first thing you get into the game, is it's going to plop you right in front of these gate guards, and you're going to want to talk to them, right? Like, this is... You don't have to look everything up on the internet. You just have to read, pay attention to what they're telling you. And you have to have a genuine curiosity of what this world has to offer. So we're going to talk to the Galka first. Oh, accidentally. Oh, we healed again. Okay, so we're going to talk to this Galka first. And we're going to see what he has to say. Flying Axe, Iron Musketeer. I'm Flying Axe, Iron Musketeer. I'm one of the guards charged with overseeing Bastok's Conquest campaign. What is Conquest? I don't even... What is your business? Would you cast Silent on me? I want to spend my Conquest points. I don't know what those are. I want to go on a supplies quest. I don't know what that is. I have some questions. As a first-time player, this is the first thing that you should be doing. You are new here. You should have some questions. What do you wish to know about? No, you do want to know. We're going to try to answer some of the questions that I just had, like conquests. What's a conquest? All 3 nations are striving daily to put more regions under their control. This is what we call conquest. You can take part in it and serve your country by defeating enemies while you have Signet cast on you. Each region comprises several areas, and the nation that rids those areas of the most monsters gains control of the region. Nations receive goods and resources from regions under their control. Ah, interesting. So, the more regions we control, the richer our nation becomes. Border guards are also placed in outposts within regions under our control. They are there to cast Signet on adventurers like yourself. Once you have your nation's Signet, you'll be able to acquire crystals from enemies you defeat. Not only that, but you will also receive conquest points. You get more conquest points if you defeat enemies in regions that are not under your nation's control. These points can be used to purchase items from guards, like myself. So you see, conquests benefits nations and adventurers alike. We expect you to do your best to serve your country. So, what conquest is, in an even shorter nutshell, is it's a way for you to get gear. It's another currency. Conquest points are a currency that you can use. Conquest results. What is that? You can see the current state of conquest by selecting region info from the main menu. We're gonna have to go. So we were just told where to get information, and we're going to go do that as soon as we're done talking to them. Conquest results in all regions are regularly recalculated, so you may want to check them from time to time. Shops in our city will be selling different items according to our conquest rank. The Troop Valeriano will also visit the nation that finishes first and bring a little joy to its citizens. Conquest results. Donating crystals. You can donate crystals to your nation once you achieve rank 2. Just trade them to guards like myself, and we will ensure they are sent to the proper place. You can acquire crystals by defeating enemies while you have your nation's signet. Having signet cast on you is also the only way of taking part in conquest. Rank points will be awarded to you for each crystal you donate, and you may be offered new missions as your rank goes up. You also receive rank points for completing missions. Ah, there's another one. Missions. What are missions? Complete missions and take part in conquests to raise your rank and serve your country. So, by doing both missions and taking part in conquests, we can get more currency and get more sway, and more people will sell more things in our city's shops. It's basically kind of how war works, right? Crystals in the Vanadil universe are the equivalent of oil in the real world. Conquest points. Tell me more about those. You are awarded conquest points when you defeat monsters while you are taking part in conquests. Select region info from the main menu to check your current number of conquest points. Ah, so that's another thing that's posted in region info. Sounds like this region info page is very important. You can purchase items from guards like myself with your conquest points, but be warned that the number of points you spend will be subtracted from your current total. Well, of course they would, right? Because conquest points are a currency. The effects of controlling regions. Ah, interesting. When conquest results are announced, you will be told which country controls the region you are in at that time. Sometimes regions may become neutral, or beastmen may even gain control of regions. If we gain control of a region, border guards will be placed at its outposts to help adventurers like you. Merchants will also be placed there, and goods from that region will find their way to the local shops in town. Interesting how that works, eh? Gaining control of regions is the basic principle behind conquests. We need each of you to do your best and bring our nation to the top of the ranks. Regions controlled by other nations. Interesting. Of course, sometimes we lose regions to other nations, so we must try to take them back before the next conquest results are announced. As an incentive, we will reward you with more conquest points for defeating monsters in those regions. Now, isn't that amazing, right? So, what he's saying right here, right, which is going to be a key of this playthrough, is that he is going to reward us with more points for defeating monsters in a region that is controlled by another nation, right? That's where the incentive. You have your own zones. What up, Warlord? How's it going, man? You've got your own zones that you're in, right? But you're not, and you're gaining a base amount of conquest points. But if you go to a zone in which another nation owns or has taken control of the region, in that zone, if you have Signet on, you will gain more conquest points. This is a system that is trying to get people to venture out. But for some dumb reason, people don't. They all just get their Signet and they're fine with their base conquest points or whatever. And they go to the basic camps, or now with level sync, all they do is they go to the dunes and they just go in the dunes all day. And they level from 10 to 99 in the dunes. with conquest points on. They're not worrying about gear because they already have what is level capped gear for the dunes, which is all you need to experience with. But the system as in place was meant so that you don't just hunker down in the areas that you own. It incentivizes you to go into areas and push into areas that you don't own so that you can gain. It incentivizes you for doing that so that you can gain more control of other areas. And the idea is that if you're in those other areas gaining XP, then in your normal areas you're not gaining XP. So the other nations who should be incentivized to go into the areas that you're not in, right? But no one pays attention to that. But if we allied with another nation, you would only be awarded the regular rate for defeating monsters in our allies' regions, right? So when a lot of times what will happen is there will be a dominant superpower that's so far ahead in the conquest rally, and they'll be number one. And the other two nations, which would be, well, whatever other two there are, that aren't in first, they would ally together. The problem, what's good about that is that it takes down, it makes it easier to bring down the person who's in first. The problem with that is the two nations that are in, the two nations that are allied together, so let's say Bastok and Windurst are allied together. If I go to a Windurstian controlled region, I still get the base amount of conquest points. I don't get it anymore. On the other hand, we will award you with more points for fighting in the top ranked nations region. So if you're rank 2 or 3, you're incentivized to go to the top rank. You get the most conquest points that way. And we're going to utilize that, possibly, depending on where Bastok is in the conquest tally. In rank mission 2-3, where it requires us to go to the other nations. We're going to level our lower level classes in other nations' city-states. Because usually right outside the city walls is primarily an area controlled by that nation's people. It's easier to control nations, but it's easier to control regions located closer to your nation. And so we're going to use that to our advantage. What about beastmen control? Our paramount concern lies in the beastmen gaining control of our regions. If too many of us are defeated in a region, the beastmen will gain control of it. If this happens, not only is it a great blow to our pride, but you will be unable to acquire any crystals in that region. Wow! Right? That's a big deal. You cannot get the oil of Vanadil, even with Signet on, if the beastmen own that area. That's a big blow to your pocketbook. Yeah, me neither, Warlord. The beastmen are a menace to all nations. If they rise to power, we must all unite and drive those vile creatures from that region. And that is some info that we've learned about conquests. And that's all from the gate card. First thing we did is we talked to this guy and we picked his brain to see what he has for us. And now he mentioned something about region info. So let's do that. Let's open our main menu and let's go to region info. And we're going to check. Now these other things are not things that we're concerned. We're not concerned with besieged or campaign or colonization. We are too low for that. We're not in the correct area at the moment. We are primarily concerned with conquest because we just started the game today. Now what's the information we got here? Alright, so I have 0 conquest points, as it says in the bottom right-hand corner. And right now I have Bastok highlighted. As we go around the map, we can see that there are different flags and symbols that represent the other nations. This is the Bastok flag. Oops. This here is the Bastok flag. When I hover over a region, it shows what areas are a part of that region. The place with the small Bastok flag is the place where the outpost gate guards will be posted in that, for if you have control of that region. And the other blue little dots are areas in control or near are the other areas that comprise the region of Gustaberg. So if I were to go to the Zeruhn mines with Signodon, I would be gaining conquest points for the Gustaberg region to try to own the Gustaberg region. Same with South Gustaberg, same with Degrafwadi, same with North Gustaberg. These are and also the Palbro mines and Walhrun Shrine. Now, when I hover over here by Mobopolis, we have Mine Shaft number 2716, New Mobopolis, and Old Mobopolis. Now, there is no more information other than that. Doesn't really, because this is a Beastman controlled area. We don't know what's going on. Now, when I go back over here to Gustaberg, there we go. I go here to Mobopolis. Oh, there we go. Up in the top left corner. Regional Control Beastman. Next tally in 173 days. That's not real days. That's Vanadil days. And then it says below that, regional influence. The Beastmen are dominant in this region. Alright, so that means either no one's gone here to fight anything, or people have gone here and died. And the region has been taken control by the Beastmen. Meaning if we go here, even with Signodon, while we might slowly start to take back the region from the Beastmen in this area, we won't be getting any crystal drops. My thoughts on the 16 trailer? Dude, I loved it. I love it. I love everything about it. Like, it really, especially if you played the old Final Fantasies, specifically, it looks like it borrows heavily a lot from Final Fantasy II, to be honest. Especially when you look at the characters' last names, Clive Rossler and Joshua Rossler, right? That's a reference to the Rose, right? Which I think it was the Rose Rebellion in Final Fantasy II. That was a mainstay of that game. And when you look at like what they wear and how it really is that ultimate Renaissance era that Final Fantasy was originally built in. So it's really nice to be seeing a modern Final Fantasy go back to that, right? Is a lot of, ever since Final Fantasy 1, it was basically built out of a Renaissance era aesthetic, and it looks like they're really starting to focus on that. It really, and every time I pick apart that trailer, I see something new and something old at the same time, if that makes sense, right? Like, I really think Yoshi P and his crew have begun to understand and pin down exactly what Final Fantasy is. Every time a new Final Fantasy comes out, it's different, right? That's the whole goal. At least that was the whole goal under the Sakaguchi era. And it still kind of is. Whenever there's a new numbered Final Fantasy, it's supposed to be a whole new game with a whole new team. And, or at least that's the idea, a whole new story. And 16 looks to be doing just that. Very much just that. And there's so many little things that are both references to the past, and I really, and like I was saying before, with Final Fantasy 11 had difficulties with at least the populace trying to treat it like a numbered series. Like you'll always hear that, like especially after it came out, a lot of people were pissed that Final Fantasy XI wasn't just called Final Fantasy Online, right? They felt like it was a shtick in order to get people to play a monthly subscription game, right? Yeah, it's got to be rated M. Yeah, and that's another thing. That's one of the new things, right? Which, like, they have to have realized by now that their wheelhouse, the people who buy their games, aren't teenage kids anymore. You know, like you have already developed that. Like, I know Disney has the kid market basically like cornered, but I mean, even Disney had to grow and expand into entertainment areas beyond children, and they started doing that in the early 2000s with some of the movies that they started creating. Like I think it was wasn't Revenge of the Titans. I forgot what the movie was called, but it was like something of the Titans, and it was Denzel Washington, and it was about high school football, and it was based in the 60s. Like, that was the setting it was made in, right? And that was like one of Disney's first like serious live action films, and they've been doing a lot, and they've been expanding their area. Now that's just Disney, but like with Square, like they need to start doing that. They need to start. It looks like they kind of did it a little bit in the 90s with like Parasite Eve. They tried to get on the survival horror shtick. But like now Square Enix is like, I would say with games like Life is Strange and most of the MMOs that are out now, and now finally with Final Fantasy 16, they're going to start pushing it. That like they've got to know that most of the people who like their games are older. And what I mean by older, as in old enough to have children, right? Like old enough to have children that are teenagers. You know what I mean? Like, now I'm in my mid-30s, right? And there's probably some younger fans that hopped on like during the PlayStation 3 era with Final Fantasy 13. But even those people are in their late 20s, you know, mid 20s, and they would like to see stuff like this. You know, they want to see stuff like Final Fantasy. You know, so I'm super excited about that. But anyways, back to Conquest. So we're gonna go about the map a little more, and let's see what. Oh. Go up here. So Bastok's doing so. Okay, so when you look at Bastok's #1, right, and Sandoria and Windurst are allied, right? So basically, they're allied against Bastok in order to try to relinquish their power. What's cool about being Bastok right now is that I get normal conquest rate points. Actually, that's actually the sad part about being Bastok right now, is I can only get base conquest points. Like, I get a little bit more by fighting in Sandoria or Windurst, but I don't get that extra boost as if like, let's say Bastok was in 3rd place and Sandoria was in 1st, and I were to go to Sandoria, I'd be getting a lot more conquest points that way. But I mean, it's nice to be in 1st too. So what I want to do now that since I am a citizen of Bastok, what I'm going to want to do is I'm want to focus on doing supply quests, right? And what's cool about supply quests is as soon as you do a supply quest, you'll have access to a teleport to what these little dots are. See the little flag above the big flag here in Gustaberg? The little flag in North Gustaberg? That is where guards are posted. And you can talk to any posted guard and teleport from there, or teleport back to your home nation. Right? So once you do just one supplies quest over there, you have access to a teleport to that location, right? So since Bastok is in first, my goal this week is to try to get to every Bastok-owned region and do a supplies quest to there so that I can then teleport there from here on out. So even when we lose control of the region, I'll still be able to straight teleport there. That's really useful because right now, as you can see, which is amazing actually, Saruda Baruda, which is a zone right outside of Windurst. If I were to go to West Saruda Baruda and do a West Saruda Baruda supplies run, I would have a teleport access basically straight to Windurst. I wouldn't have to take the ship over. That saves me so much time. You know, and same with Kolshushu here. If I do a supplies quest to Kolshushu, it takes me straight to the Bubarimu Peninsula, which is that's actually a really nice leveling spot later on in the game. We've got Muara there. I think Bubarimu is right outside of Muara, and Muara has the ship that connects to Valkurm. So even having Bubarimu, if I can't get Saruda Baruda, even having Bubarimu as a teleport point, it would be a great boon to my ability to get around the world map. Now, Windurst, Kufim, that's even better. We got so many. Yeah, that's gonna be my major goal. Hey, Allie, how's it going? My major goal this week is just going to be doing supplies quest runs, because if I could get those places, I could teleport all around the map. And I won't have to worry about it ever again. And what's great about Kufim is it's right next to Juno. And Juno is like, well, it's not really the end game area, but as you can see, because it's centrally located between Windurst, Bastok, and Sandoria, that it ends up being a very popular area to be in. Oh, well, thanks for stopping by, Allie. I always love seeing you plop in. You playing like you know me. I'm so glad you got that reference. But anyways, that is Conquest. And see, and you know, like, we haven't really been playing that long. My explanation took longer than the Iron Musketeer's explanation here. And we're not completely done. We still got some things to talk to about. Some things that we're... Come on, Fogua gods! So, okay, we now know about Signet and what it does. So yes, I would like Signet cast on me. Currently we rank first in Vanadil's conquest, but that must not be taken for granted. We must continue our fight to remain on top. Good luck, citizen. I will bestow upon you your nation's signet. You received your nation's signet and are now taking part in your nation's conquest campaign. I don't know why it says 1 hour. I just redid it. Oh, I think you get more time if you're in a lower... I think the conquest tally just flipped. I think if you're in first place, you only get signet for an hour. If you're in third place, you get signet for a longer period of time. So I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Now I want to spend my conquest points, but I don't have any conquest points, right? You currently have 0 conquest points. Would you like to use them to purchase items? And they're all... So there's different ranks. These are sort of... You could call these gates, right? There's different ranks. But what these conquest points allow you to do is they allow you to gear up without having to spend money, right? So you can still play the game normally by hunting and by hunting mobs and doing missions without having that much gil, but you can still get gear appropriate or level appropriate gear. So I'm gonna want these Legionnaire's knuckles eventually, because once I get to level 10, these actually are really good. Well, tell Roland I said hi as well. Thank you. So, as a monk, I'm going to want these Legionnaire's Knuckles. I might want this crossbow later on, just to have like a low-level crossbow that I could start leveling with. Oops. Right on. That's awesome. But yeah, like, I honestly think that you don't have to spend, well, you do have to spend some gil, right? Because we're eventually going to have to go to Windurst, and we have to take the safer route, which is the boat ride. So we're going to have to spend some gil on the boat ride, but you really don't have to spend much gil in this game. Cap. So I'm going to want a cap. I'm going to want the cap too, because that monks can wear that. That's the second. MNK is monk, and that's what I am. So we want the. We're going to want to save up for the knuckles, the cap, the mittens, the leggings. We don't need the staff. We can't use the scythe yet. And that's it. But yeah, so we are going to want to do supplies quests to the outposts in the areas that we control. And that's going to be our main focus, is doing supplies quests. So I'm going to ask him, hey, I want to go on a supplies quest. Now, I'm just level 1. I'm just a level 1 monk. I haven't really... And I just started the game, right? So I'm not going to be going off in crazy areas where I might die, but I'm going to slowly make my way to those areas. But to start off, I'm going to want to go to a close area, somewhere that's nearby, somewhere where I'm going to be sort of planting my roots, so to speak. So anyways, Flying Axe, Iron Musketeer says, we need you to bring supplies to the outpost border guards who are placed in regions under our control. There is one outpost in each region. Select a region info from the menu and look for the areas with a small flag mark on the map. That is where they are, right? So he just explained what I explained to you earlier. Where exactly? Rip off of 14. He just explained to you earlier what he just explained, what I explained to you earlier. That's those little maps, the little flags are where the outposts are. So, here are the supplies. Just give them to the guard at the outpost and your mission will be complete. Now choose which outpost you want to go to. We give different rewards for each region, so choose carefully. Well, I want to do the Gustaberg region, because that is the closest. Do I? Yeah. And so I'll be heading to North Gustaberg to deliver the supplies. Zolkheim's a little out of my area, my level zone, but we'll eventually be making our way to Zolkheim. So be it. You have until the next conquest results announcement to complete this mission. Good luck. Which is a long time. We have 173 Vanadil days, which I think it's about a week in order to do this. So we have plenty of time to go turn in our Gustaberg supplies. We're just going to file that in the back of our head, know that we have them, and when we pass by that area, drop them off. But we're going to be doing other things. He likes, oh, this is the best one. It's the beard. It's the man with the beard. That was for Roland. Give him a fist bump for me. So anyways, this guy right here is going to be our best friend. We're going to be talking to him all the time because we're going to be needing to refresh Signet constantly. This is another guy we need to talk to. He's a pretty handsome guy, if I might say so myself. This is Argus. He's another gate guard. Gate guards are important people, and which is why they plop you. The first place they put you in the game is right in front of these people, because they tell you very key aspects to how the game is run. Argus, I'm in charge of assigning missions to Bastokers who wish to serve their country. Are you one of them? Have you come to undertake a mission? Yes, I have. Yes. Good. This is your first time going on a mission, is it not? Our first assignment is not a difficult one. The details are as follows. You must go to the Zeruhn mines in the western section of the mines district. Once there, you are to collect a report from the overseer. You can consult the missions section of the main menu to review your objectives. Speed and efficiency are your priorities. Dismissed. Alright? I have accepted the mission. Alright, so that was fairly straightforward. So what we're going to do is we're going to do what he just asked us to do. Is we're going to look under the missions tab in our main menu. Nations, because we're part of Bastok. That's our current mission right now is the Zeruhn report. Our mission orders. Collect Overseer Bakarim's report. Oh, so we have a name now, right? He didn't tell us her name. But here in the Nations submenu, we now have a name. We now know who we need to talk to. See how we put information together to try to... He tried to fish bump the phone. That's awesome. Thank you. I felt the fist bump. So we now have a name and a location. And that's pretty much all this quest is. From the Zeruhn mines in the western section of the Bastok Mines District. So we need to go to the western section of the Bastok Mines District. And that's where the Zeruhn mines are. And that's where we'll find Makarim. Deliver said report to Sir Naji, a musketeer stationed near the president's office, right? So that's part 2 of the quest, right? So first, I need to collect the report from Makarim in the Zeruhn mines, and I need to deliver that report to Naji at the president's office. We don't know where the president's office is. Nope, that on this server, it's a little dirt. The NPC you need is nearby the one named. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the heads up there, Kane. So, now that we know the location we need to go to, let's open up our map. So we're not going to be going to North Gustaberg, because that's not the mines district. And we're not going to the markets. We're supposed to be going to the mines. Well, where's the mines? Well, let's change our map. We'll look at Bastok. Oh, look. Bastok Mines. What sections are connected to the mines? And we need to go to the west part. Oh, and look at that. Would you look at that? The game circled it even for us. Where we need to go, it even circled it for us. Zeruhn Mines. Western section. Bastok Mines. What's a connecting zone? The Bastok markets. Interesting. Interesting. So the game just tells you these things. Or we could get there by going to South Gustaberg. But in the place that we're in right now, we have the choice of North Gustaberg or the Bastok. Oh, Bastok markets was a connecting area, right? So we need to take the bridge over to the we need to walk through here, through Harbor Way, down to the Rye Bridge, over the Rye Bridge, into the Bastok markets. And then from the markets, we're going to open our map, and we're going to go to see where we need to go in order to get to the Bastok Mines District. So on this server, it's not actually Makarim, it's someone else. It's an NPC near her. Yeah, we'll find out. We've got our signet on, and we're doing our first mission. I haven't done this mission myself, but I saw people in chat mentioning a Ron NPC. Oh, okay. Good to know. Now, what we could also be doing is talking to all these people and just seeing what's going on and seeing what they have to do. Now, we're not doing that right now because I'm just recording for just this quest, or just this mission in particular. Later on, I'm going to cut it up and make it look a little prettier than what I'm doing right now. But this gives us plenty of time to think, and it's a great way to sort of introduce characters in the world. You know, I hear a lot of people, they'll say, oh, these little side quests are boring or not amazing. Well, in a game like this, they're not supposed to be, it's not supposed to grab your attention right from the get-go, right? It's a slow boil, right? You kind of work your way into things. And this, because the world itself is daunting. All right, so now that we're here, let's check our map again. So we just came from Port Bastok, and we're now in the Bastok markets. So we need to make our way south. Not to say, well, we could go to South Goosteberg, but we're not going to do that. We're going to go directly to the mines. So we need to make our way south. Looks like we have to go through Firewater Circle. We have to go down here and then down through the Galkin Bridge to get to the Bastok mines. And so it's kind of nice starting in Port Bastok because it forces you to go through all of the game's, all of Bastok's zones just to do the first mission. And by doing that, like, especially if you're a curious fella, you can, yeah, totally. Especially if you're a curious fella, you'd be talking to all these people and seeing what they have to tell you, you know, and they'd be giving you tidbits. Some of them would be giving you side quests, you know, and all of these guys would be telling you little tidbits about Bastok and what they need your help with and your role in it all. I am charged with the task of assisting novice adventurers. What would you like to know? How do I give items to people? Giving items to other people is called trading. It is done by selecting trade from the main menu on the right. You must target the person either before or after selecting trade. Then just choose the items you wish to give the person when your inventory window appears. Trading is crucial to completing quests and missions, also during conquests. Ah, interesting. Remember it well. If you have an adventurer coupon in your possession, use trade now to give it to me. I will hand you some starting gil in return. So what you should be doing is you should be talking to random people and finding out about that. And the reason why that green is like that, why that's in green, is your attention is supposed to be fixed on it. It's a big deal, right? What's the adventure coupon? Come to me if there's anything more you would like to know. So, you need to target her and then choose the trade option. Oh, and look at that. What's that? It's our adventure coupon. Coupon. So we're going to go down to there. We're going to select it. And we're going to confirm our selection. Oh, look. She's talking to us again. Adventure coupon. Good. Here is your starting gil. You would do well to speak with a man named Goldago. Ah, a connection. You can find him by the West Gate in Bastok Markets. Wonderful. Oh yeah, it was awesome, dude. Yeah, thank you. Well, we're not going to talk to Goldago yet, but that's a good name to keep in mind. So not only did she give us 50 gil, but she gave us information and knowledge, which is far more valuable. It's another connection. Is that Goldago? Svan. Lame deer. Angry Bull. So none of those guys are Goldago. But it's good to keep in mind. You have to remember who Goldago is. He is by the West Gate in the Bastok markets. We'll remember that. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Goldago? Not Goldago, it's Amar. But on a normal playthrough, especially if you were first starting, what you should be doing is you should be talking to all those people to see if they have any information to give you. So where are we? Right, we just zoned into the mines from the markets, and we're working our way to the Zeruhn mines. So we're going to talk with Macaroon while we're in there. Get a report. And we're going to deliver that report to Haji near the president's office. And we're also keeping in mind that we have an hour left on our signet. Look at the top left of our screen. You can see that we have our little signet cast, and it says 1H, which stands for 1 hour. So we're keeping all of these things in mind. Got our signet, got our gear, got our mission orders. Here we are in the mines. Now, we need to find Macaroon. Let's open our map. She anywhere? Well, it doesn't tell us exactly where he is. But she's got to be in here somewhere, so we'll start north. Check all the rooms. We'll just sweep. We'll basically do a sweep of the mines. We're minesweepers right now. Our first fight. Oh, fun. Miss. But one of the reasons why I started Monk is because they have the most HP, and they attack. They have the highest attack of the starting jobs as well. But this is a pretty close fight, so I'm probably gonna have to rest after this. I think I turned off a lot of the log information because I don't like the log spamming me while I'm playing, and I don't like numbers randomly popping up on screen. In 14, I have a very minimalist UI as well, and I don't have so I basically play it like it were an action game. Now, I used to have damage numbers on the screen back when I played during the Wings of the Goddess era, but I'm trying out a new thing right now and seeing if I like it or not. Well, full HP. I'm gonna check up this area. So we're still getting the normal rate of conquest points accrual. We're not getting like an expedited rate or anything like that. Ooh, these ones might be hard. Probably check them before we start. Oh yeah. I might have to run. Wow. Well, lesson 1, or let's say engaging in battles, you're probably much more aware. Need to check the mobs first before you fight them, which is what I hadn't been doing. I'm actually surprised that they're that tough, especially for a monk. Should be ripping right through them, but you know what? You know what also could be the issue was that while I said I've started over so many times, every time I started over, I had a bunch of level 1 gear to start off with. I never started with the base gear, so it was a bit more difficult than I was expecting. And that too is you don't necessarily have to fight those bats. I mean, that's completely optional. The only reason I'm doing it is just because I'm low level. It gives a little more flavor to the quest, rather than just going into the mines, talking to a character, walking out of the mines, going to another area, talking to a character. Might as well make some progress, right? I'm gonna check it. Even match. Alright, that's cool. We can fight even matches. Wow, look at that. Almost one-shotted him. Unfazed. Even match again. Nice. These were the tough ones. And those are tough. I'm going to skip those for now. Off again. Tough. Even match. So these even matches they're not quite an even match. You know, I'm kind of overpowering them. They're pretty easy. I hear more bats. Is that Macarin? No, it's Borzel. Crab is tough too. Those bats are tough. Is that Macaroon? Oh, that's Rasmus. Tough. I'm so lucky to get that house. I spent 6 hours clicking. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, I'm glad you got it. Where's it at? That's Alaric. That's not Macaron. And that's tough. Tough. Drake Fang. Oh. Not Mac. Alright, so we cleared out this north area of any possible signs of Bakarim. Even match. Goblet, nice. Hold up. Oh yeah, we leveled up. Right on. Woo. Now let's see if those bats are still even match. Ah, see, these bats are just a decent challenge now. And I didn't have to rest. I got all my HP back. Now let's see if those tough bats are still tough. Yep, they're still tough. We're gonna keep going. Deeper into the mines. Ooh, that's a big bat. Oh, and it's tough. So, I'm not gonna fight it yet. You're now level 2 monk. That Makarim. Oh, that's Zelman. Even match. Chat. Ooh, our HP is in the red. See, that was like, I went through like 2 even matches from full HP, and now I'm just a bit below 50% HP. It's getting close though, so I'm probably gonna have to rest after this. But chaining early even matches at a low level, it's not bad experience. We've got a worm over there. Burrower worm, burrower worm. Richter. 7 warrior. 4. Gonna be a dragoon later on. What was that? Leary. Ooh, another even match. Alright, so we're gonna heal up here completely. While we're healing, we could also check our map again. Alright, so we've pretty much covered all of north. Nothing more north. Oh, that little book there. I didn't see a book coming in here. There's a book on the map. Weird. Anyways. I got this bat over here. don't have any magic. I'm just a monk. Other abilities. 100 Fist, I'm gonna hold off on that. 100 Fist is by 2 hours. You know what? I'm gonna 100 Fist this. Nice. Uh-oh. He failed. I thought I was going to be able to 100 Fist both of those. I should have known better. Anyways. Back to the mines. Oh, the ignominy. Toughs are tough. Give them that. Oh, you're trying for Shirogane? That makes sense, considering how you decorated your place. I'd like to have a house in the Goblet. Or when they eventually open up houses in Ishgard, that'd be cool too. So what we've learned, at least when it comes to fights, is that toughs are tough, and that they're too tough. Might be able to get one down with 100 Fists, but probably not going to be able to solo 2 tough mobs with 100 Fists. Now, I might have been able to do it if I had like positioned myself closer to the worm while fighting the other bat. But there was a lot of downtime on 100 Fists. Just getting from the bat's location to the worm's location. All right. We're back. Let's check our map again. So we've already covered... I see a book there, but it says there's a book there. Anyways, we're going to fight some more bats up in this upper area. Well, they should be a little easier now that I'm level 2. But we'll see. We're going to clear this upper area again of monsters and head back down south. Further into the mines. Good match. That's cool, you can run faster than them, at least. I don't remember being able to escape monsters that easily back then. But yeah, toughs are tough. You can't really solo tough mobs. I have a map macro, I don't know why I'm not using it. Yeah, interesting. They just stay at the zone. That's kind of cool. I thought they got rid of that in Wings of the Goddess. That behavior. I thought they immediately went back to their chained quote. Stuff. 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 Dual match. Hang on. Nice. Leveled up again. Woo! Ah, now those bats are an even match. I don't know what that did to me. Match. Match. Oh, river crabs are still tough. Yeah, there's no book there. I must have removed them. I remember there being books in this era, though, so I don't know why there aren't books there. I don't think that's correct. I'll have to submit a bug report or something. Because I definitely remember there being books there during Wings of the Goddess. See that? Hit me for 0. That's why you want to be a monk when you first start out. Down. match. Oh, 4! Hooray! Rest. Doubled. Means we just got full HP. Although those are just a decent jump. Ooh. That was a sweet crit right out the gate. First hit, level 4 was a crit. Made quick work of that. Challenge? Challenge. Now I'm starting to rip through these guys. Challenge. Wow, we almost one shot at that. Nice. 2 shots. Challenge. Match. Off on that one. Challenge. $524. All these bats are DCs. Killing these bats. Easy. One shot. One shot. One shot. Thanks, too sure. Level up! Right on! Woo! I wouldn't. Yeah. Challenge. Challenge. We should probably get back onto looking for Macaron instead of fighting these bats. It's a good camp though. It's a good solo camp. You could easily level to 10 right here in town, right here in the Zeruhn mines. Yeah, so we pretty much cleared out the north part of Zeruhn mines. There's no one there. Well, no one named Macaron. We got TP. This colliery bat was tough. Now it's just decent challenge. Let's sort our inventory. Pack of wind crystals, water crystal, learning suits, plenty of bat wings, beastman silver even. Wow. I didn't know that beastman dropped. Oh yeah, I guess beastman seals are just random, I guess. I thought they dropped specifically on beastman, but I guess I was wrong. We got 52 minutes on our signet. Zelman. Evasion is impaired. Let's evasion down, huh? Too bad. Take it out. We're at 50%. We'll heal up. Check our map. North is clear. Thought it cleared this room, or the little droop there off the side. We're going to do that, and we're going to start. We're going to go east first. Get that part swept and covered, and then we'll go west, and we'll try west last. $479 conquest points. About what, 100? Close to 100 every level. Easy prey. This is the worm that killed me last time. Easy challenge. Nice. Challenge. Wow, we've broken 100 HP. That tunnel worm worked me. Easy. It's just Right. Challenge. Oosh. Huh? Good with a crit. Double crit. What? Punched him into existence. Challenge. Pray. Pray. So the worms are harder. Bats. That is not Goldago. Need to keep Goldago in mind. He's a gate guard by the west gate, Bastok Market. Nice. Something was possibly pickaxe. God. Just gonna rest. Too low to fight a decent challenge. Too low HP. Two stacks of wind. Dark stick. Oh. Are you gonna double team again? Nice. Leveled up. Look at our map. in here. Okay, we checked out this little dead end. Is that macaroon? Let's find out. Ooh. Oh, Gamma Rob. Not mac. we checked both dead ends there. We gotta check this dead end down here in the south. I'm done with the west wing. Or the east wing of mine. Take a look at status. Profile. Rank 1. No rank points. Don't know what my stress is. Oh, we're level 7. Thought I was only level 6. Job levels. Monk 7. Warrior, white mage, black mage, red mage. Combat skill. Hammer hand 17. Asian 13. Path. Throwing. Oh, guarding 3. Guarding skills. Varied much. That's because I don't have a two-handed weapon. Powers are in this room. That mockery? That is Gilge. Not mockery. Oh. Bleed the same way. Oh, no. Blockade. No worm. Ooh, what's that? Vein digger. Challenge. I only have 30. Check the area behind me before I go into this room. So yeah, I mean, nothing is too aggressive here. Nothing's attacking me outright, but I've gained 7 levels just by kind of going out of my way and fighting things that I can. Even died once, which is a rookie mistake. And the reason why I made that rookie mistake is because I'm not kitted out with gear. I don't have very much. I don't have very much gear. Just still using the starter gear. Just clothes, basically. But Monk has the most HP out of all the starting jobs. And everyone starts with starter gear. So having more HP is better than having more defense. Because warriors don't have more defense. They can just wear equipment that gives them more defense. So the lower levels are biased towards monks. even in terms of defense. Dodoi. That is not macaron. Alright, well, we've pretty much gone. We've pretty much swept this entire mine. We have not seen a macaron. Too close. I think they link. Wouldn't want all three of those fuckers to link. Person looks important. Looks like a gate guard. Makarim! Ah, you must be the courier. I've been expecting you. My report is ready. Be careful on your way out. Remember, give my report to Naji of the Mithril Musketeers on post at the President. Obtained key item. Zeruhn report. Right on. Sweet! Key item. Temporary key. Zeruhn report. Examine the Zeruhn report. The Galka, our main workforce, seem to suffer from low morale, indicated by their recent insubordination. They seem to have found new hope in the return of their tailkeeper, who disappeared 30 overseer, Mockery. Gustaberg. Deliver these supplies to the guards in the Gustaberg outpost for the next conflict. Interesting. Right. So the Galka have low morale. They're being, as evidenced by recent spat of insubordination. A bunch of crabs here. Okay. Ah, I could just farm crabs here if I wanted to. Good to know. Farm water crystals. Careful on your way up. Remember, you should give a report to Daji. Mithril musketeers on post at the President's office. Handle it. Yeah, I was pretty close. Hey, Zargaboth. Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, thanks for deleting my characters, but I really appreciate that. And you did it on your day off too, or at your time off at least. Okay, there we go. What? There we go. Oh, right on. Cool. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. I only got 5 minutes on Signet anyway, so I should be making my way out of the mines. You got anything excited? You got anything exciting planned today? Besides making the rounds? Ah, of course. Right on. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yeah, I prefer names off. A bit more immersive that way. Have fun. Nice. Level up. Just in time. All right, back to the surface. How's it doing that? Yes, sir. This adventure just brought the last one. It's going to bring them all to you later, sir. Joke. Geological is starting to believe in the Talekeeper's return. Talekeeper? I thought that was just some Geological myth, sir. That were only true. Received reports that the Talekeeper is already back among them. These reports, bring them to me. I do not want to bother a president with such a trivial matter. Sir! You. You've not been in Bastok long, so give me some advice. It is neither customary nor polite to open sealed documents prior to their delivery. Remember that if you wish to stay in Bastok. Not many people get to speak to Zeruhn after their first mission. I must have been kept the good work. That's interesting, he knew I read it. Alright, and that was our first mission. Done. Very cool. Go to status. Check our profile. Rank points. None. Didn't even have that. I thought we got rank points for doing missions. I was wrong. The chief engineer is conducting new research and has asked for someone to assist him. Be found in the metalworks to the east of the administrative section. The chief engineer's laboratory is on the second floor of the metalworks. You don't know his name? You call yourself a Bastok. Chief engineer's name is Sid. Bastok would know that. Go and see him. He'll give you the details of your mission. Accept this mission? Yes. You've accepted the mission. Head on. Well, let's head out. You're in the metalworks, so he's in here somewhere. Gunpowder room, ceramic refinery, blacksmith's guild, Sid's lab. It's probably in Sid's lab. Robot. Sid. What do you want? I'm a little busy right now. Yeah, I'm Sid. Oh, you're here about the mission. Right, I was expecting you. Hey, Robot. Bring the thingamajig over here. This is only your second mission, huh? Most of the young ones in Bastok don't have the guts to go adventuring, so I'm counting on you. Do your best here. Well, this mission's not all that tough. You just have to go out. Right, old buddy. You brought the thing? You don't just stand there. Say something. I brought the thing. Ah! If you don't quit that, I'm going to start calling you Silent Mountain or something. You would not, Chief. You're not like the others. This is why I work for you. Sheesh. I like the guy. He works hard. He's throwing his research and all. If only he was a little more talkative, you know? Anyway, here's what I want you to do. Take this blue acidity tester to the Dankirf Wadi near South Gustaberg. Try to find a place in the Wadi where the blue acidity tester changes color. That's all. What is it for? Well, in order for you to understand, I'd have to give you some lessons on the accrual patterns of sediments in the Wadi and the formation of gas pockets in the soil. You're getting a blank expression on your face. I know. You didn't become an adventurer to study geology, right? Don't worry. Nothing dangerous. So get going. Now, actually, he did give us a clue in what he was saying there. That wasn't just flavor text there. He was actually telling us where we need to take the blue acidity tester. So what he had said was, he said something about gas pockets in the soil and acidity accrual patterns, right? So what he's alluding to is a geyser. Oh, but first, this is the residential area to get some free HP. We don't have to rest. $913 conquest points. On here, back. We do. Put this as your home point. This is your current home point. Hobble. Rabid wolf. Leads. Oh, doggo. Ah, remember that from before? Oh, you just did some entry-level duties to put you well on your way to greatness? Not to worry. I've got just the thing for you. Go talk to the guard, Rabid Wolf, over yonder, and have him cast Signet on you, then come back to see me. Overseeing Bastok's conquest campaign. Please cast a Signet on me. Currently we rank first in Vanadiel's conquest, but that must not be taken for granted. Let's continue our fight to remain on top. Good luck, citizen. I will bestow upon you your nation's signet. We're now taking part in your nation's conquest campaign. Well, looks like you were able to get your signet. Easy enough, yes? As long as Signet is in effect, there is always a possibility that you will obtain crystals from any enemies that you defeat. There are also other more concrete benefits, such as increased defense and evasion. Signet even helps you when not engaged in combat with an enemy. For example, it boosts the rate at which healing occurs while at rest. For all of these reasons and more, you should consider it essential to have Signet cast on you at all times. Very well then. As a reward for your successful completion of your first assignment, I would like to present to you with these strips of meat jerky. There's more here than meets the eye. That was a joke. Anyway, this is a type of item known amongst adventurers as a meal. This meal in particular will temporarily enhance your attack power when eaten. Whenever any type of meal is consumed, you will receive some such temporary status bonus. Naturally, different meals grant different types of bonuses. For the most part, meat dishes will affect attack power. Conversely, seafood dishes generally enhance defense, and so on and so forth. Take care to select dishes best suited to your purpose. One thing you should make note of, however, is that you cannot eat a meal while another meal's status bonus is still in effect. Your stomach would simply burst. Quite a lot to cover. You with me so far? This is a breeze. Great. Well, talking can only prepare you so much. Let's get right down to it. Go ahead and pop one of those strips of meat jerky. After eating a meal, a status icon designated as food will appear in the upper left portion of your screen. Come back and talk to me once again once you've confirmed that it's there. Obtained a strip of meat jerky. Then go down to items. Look for the meat jerky. Right there. Use. Oh, look at that. Right there, 29 minutes. Check out the full belly on you. Well done. Signet and meals can both play crucial roles whenever you take on any type of enemy. This is a key lesson to you that you would do well not to forget. Next, let's get those pristine hands of yours nice and dirty. No sense in letting that food go to waste now, is there? Let's send you out to fight a monster on a full stomach. Exiting through that gate over there will lead you into an area with hostile enemies. Try to target one of the monsters and then select the check option from your menu. This will help you ascertain an enemy's level of difficulty and make sure they are not too strong. Smart adventurer picks his fights. Be warned, engaging any enemy that checks as very tough or above will result in your signet not granting you the defense and evasion bonuses you would otherwise receive. That brings us to your next assignment. It's high time you learned how to use a weapon skill. Perhaps you've already noticed that sometimes while fighting an enemy, your skills will rise little by little. When your skill with the weapon you are wielding reaches a predetermined value, weapon skills will become available for use. Combo, for those adept with hand-to-hand weapons. Wasp Sting, for those who fight with daggers. Fast Blade, for those who prefer the sword. Shining Strike, for wielders of the club. Heavy Swing, for those who take up the staff, and on and on. Selecting status from the main menu will bring up the combat skill option. This will display all of the current skill values in all weapon categories. The first weapon skill for each weapon type can be learned out of a skill level value of 5. So, make that your first goal. Take it from there. Oh, somebody went and learned a new weapon skill, didn't he? Very good. I can see by that twinkle in your eyes that you've already used it on some poor, unfortunate creature. But I'll explain just a bit more. Whenever your tactile points reach 1,000 or more, selecting abilities and then weapon skill from the menu will display a list of usable weapon skills. These are deadly techniques capable of rendering massive damage on enemies. It's well worth an adventurer's time to learn and master them. Ah, by the way, were you fortunate enough to receive some items from the monsters you fought? If you were lucky enough to come across any beastman seals, make sure you hang on to them. They may pay dividends later on. Also, that reminds me, there's another lesson better learned sooner than later. The items you will no doubt come across known as crystals, such as earth crystals and fire crystals, are extremely significant. They are truly versatile items that can be used for a number of purposes. These include trading them to guards for certain rewards and selling them to earn money, just to name a few. For now, I'd like to explain more about another of their uses, namely the role they play in synthesis. First things first, your reward for completing your last assignment. Here you are then, Blizzard Tail, pot of honey, and last but not least, a fire crystal. Now, using a fire crystal will bring up the synthesis interface. Once there, select the lizard tail and pot of honey, the ingredients to be added. All that remains is to select the OK option. Synthesis will commence. Find the crafting process will never begin should the ingredients you selected not form a viable synthesis recipe. Also, even when your materials are correct, there is always a chance that your synthesis will fail, so please be wary. The majority of items which you create via synthesis, as well as most of those dropped by enemies you defeat, can be placed on the auction house for sale. The auction house is an ultra-consumer venue where you can attempt to purchase the wares of other players by placing bids, as well as having other players bid on items you have put up for sale. My words alone can do no justice to the vast cornucopia of goods that is the auction house. One simply must see it with one's own eyes. Quite a lot of cover. Are you with me so far? Sure I am. And that brings us to your next assignment. Somewhere in this great city lies our nation's auction house. Seek it out and report back to me when you have found it. You needn't worry about going through with an actual purchase. Simply examining any of the auction counters will more than suffice. Since we are in the markets already, let's check our map. And would you look at that? Let's keep running up this way, and we got a West Auction House right there. Check the counter. Oh, that is a lot of stuff. What do you think? It is as I said, yes. Few organizations in this world exceed the auction house in scale. It will never cease to be of use to you throughout your adventures. It would be wise to become adept at using it. And now down to brass tacks. See if we can't get you up some levels. There are several items in existence which serve to enhance the number of experience points you receive for defeating enemies. For example, there are chariot bands, empress bands, and emperor bands, just to name a few. These are a bit unique in that you must wait a certain amount of time after equipping them before you may use them. There is also a predetermined amount of time, usually quite long, that must pass before these items can be used again. The total number of times you may use any single item is also limited, so be mindful of that as well. Many of these items may be obtained from the same guards that provide you with Signet. You need only exchange conquest points in order to acquire them. As a matter of fact, for finishing that last assignment, I'm going to give you this. With this, you'll be able to obtain a chariot band without having to use any of your conquest points. And that brings us to your next mission. Head over to any guard and have a go at exchanging them for something. And after that, see if you can't make it all the way up to level 4. I'll be right here waiting for you when you get back. With an experience bonus in place, it should take you practically no time at all. Good luck, and be careful. It can get quite hairy out there. Request promotion voucher. Just like we did with the adventurer coupon. Oh. It's a key item, that's right. I cannot accept crystals from someone whose rank is still 1. I advise you to keep them until you reach rank 2, or use them in craft work. These tickets are distributed as a means to encourage adventurers to participate in the ever-ongoing conquest. It is equivalent to a predetermined number of conquest points and may be exchanged for goods in the same manner. Did cost me. What? Stupid. Well, might as well put it on. Status, equipment. Chunk of sweet lizard. Incredibly simple dish made by roasting lizard tail. Ah, interesting. Well, well, well. We might make an adventure of you just yet. Looks like we've almost washed all that green off of you. Bit of bad news, though. Starting from level 31, anytime you are knocked unconscious, your experience points will suffer a deduction. As a general rule, the amount penalized will be about 10% of the total amount required to reach the next level. You have to be more careful than ever from here on out. However, there are ways to minimize this loss of experience points. Like this, for example. Go on, take it. A reward for reaching level 4. Called a raising earring. Using this will grant you a status known as re-raise. If you are rendered unconscious while this effect is in place, you'll have the option to revive yourself. Using to do so will cause you to be resuscitated in the very spot where you have fallen. In addition, as I stated previously, the amount of experience points you lose will be somewhat lessened. Raising earrings and similar items work in the same manner as the chariot bands, the other experience bonus items I mentioned earlier. That is, once equipped, you must wait a certain period of time before they can be used. There are both cooldown timers and limited charges as well. All of these items as a whole are collectively referred to as enchanted items. There's a vast array of other enchanted items with myriad other effects that will prove useful in your adventures. That brings us to your next assignment. Seems you're starting to get the hang of things. Next, I'd like for you to go and fight some enemies in the Konstadt Highlands. Konstadt Highlands is located beyond the northern reaches of North Kusterberg. You're sure to encounter some new monsters there that you won't find prowling around the outskirts of the city. It may be a bit daunting, so I'll only require that you slay one such beast and then head on back. Just keep in mind that the farther you stray from the city, the more ferocious monsters tend to be. Don't say I didn't warn you. Make sure to use the check command to determine the strength of your enemy. Find that you are surrounded by enemies too difficult for you, try heading back to a previous area closer to the city, leveling up a bit. War first. Obtain the raising gear. Alright. Where are the Fields of Valor pages, man? Nice, good job, Warlord. One shot and tap in the back. A lizard. Dude, these things walk way too far. Fire pistol, lizard tail, how to hunt. 58, 58, or 68. Damn it. Damn it. Got a crit on me. What? Dude. What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Nice. That was awesome. I was not expecting the goblin to see that far when it linked. And that random passerby totally saved me. Cure bound me. Nice. Buy something with conquest points now. Now that I'm level 10, I can get those Legionnaires knuckles. Ah, you're back. Let's see it. Red. Hot. A very strong reaction, too. We should be able to use it. But we must make sure to minimize the ecological repercussions of such work. Busy as always, Chief. Volker, you old dog. When did you get back? Just recently, sir. I had business in the metalworks today, so I thought I'd drop by. Must have some great stories to tell. Come on, out with them. Chief, were you not speaking to this person before I interrupted? Oh, right. Sorry. It's been a long time since he and I had a chance to talk. Let me introduce myself. I'm Volker, captain of the Mithril Musketeers. You must be an adventurer. New to Bastok, too. Are you not? I hope you do well. Bastok is in need of good people. Yeah, for your second mission, you've done very well. Well, the guard at the gatehouse myself. Well, I should be going. I will drop by again later, Chief. I must go lend an ear to the President's gripes again. Come on, he needs support, especially from you. Might not look like it, but I'm sure he's doing his best. I'm sorry to have kept you here so long. Thanks again. Good work. Oh, and might need your help again soon, so stay in touch. J. Jonah Jameson meets Solid Snake. That's what I was trying to go for, at least. All right. Well, I think we're going to call it for the night. I'm going to head off to bed, both in-game and in real life. I work tomorrow. But yeah, as you can see so far, we have been busy. We never had to stop specifically to get experience. All the experience we've got has been on the way to a goal. On the way to an NPC to finish a quest. On the way to Dangrith. What do you... So, we gained 11 levels doing that. That's not even counting doing side quests, which I'm skipping on purpose. I should be doing those, but I want to record those separately. But yeah, so... Like, we made some pretty decent progress, and we've only been playing for like 4 hours or something like that. If even. We've already got 2 missions done. Yeah, I'm feeling tomorrow. I might pop on tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then next Sunday I'll see ya. Anyways. Good night.